returned. I'm actually a new person. Like, I'm new year, new me, but I take it seriously. I've actually swapped bodies with somebody. I'm just being true to the statement, right? Like, oh, new year, new me. Most of those people lie. Most of them, they're not telling the truth. They, they're, they're like, oh, New Year's resolution. I'm going to go to the gym more, and then they don't go to the gym once. They'll buy a gym membership. They'll never go again. I took it. I took New Year, new me seriously. I swapped bodies with somebody. Yep. God, that would be. I feel like that would be really fun, like power, right? Because like you just, I don't know. You're like, ooh, fun. Just every now and then you're just like, hey, you want to know what being in a different body feels like. You could sell it. You could sell being like, oh, do you want to know how other people see colors or how other people feel pain? Come on down. That would be genuinely very useful. Hello, Mr. Boop. How are you doing today? How is the year treated you so far? You doing good? Hello, Rose. It's going pretty well. I'm once again terrified, but that's fine. I'm too excited. Why are you so excited? You also you also said exited. Enough sugar in this coffee. It's fine. It's fine. My sweet tooth can handle it from my fifth coffee of the day. We're on to coffee number 5. I'm getting hell yeah! Electric guitars are so fun. Give me a second. I need to poke some things, and then I can. Bro, fucking Twitch emoji. To be fair, you did dodge the Twitch emoji though. You did dodge it pretty well. That was actually quite expert. Quite expertly dodged, one may say. So, if you ever hear like 7 things falling over in the background, I'm not sure the microphone picks it up or anything, but it might. So I'm just gonna say right now, that's not an avalanche going off. I've had to put half of the stuff from my desk onto the floor. That's what it is. It's not 17 things breaking, it's 5 things breaking. Which is better than 17 things breaking, you know? Yeah, we're gonna be doing some arts and noted. Thank you for noting it. I feel appreciated. We're gonna be doing some arts and crafts today. Ooh, you're gonna get to see my hands. That's not weird at all. I think everything's so high. Arts and crafts? Yes. Yeah, we're doing art. Would you like to see the arts and crafts that we're doing? my my grandmother for Christmas got me this. Um Create your own Sockosaurus. This is what we're doing today. Oh, and we might be painting one of my friend's Christmas presents because I see them tomorrow and I haven't seen them in like months. It is adorable. So what we get in this packet. This is an unboxing that I definitely haven't opened before. We get some instructions on what to do. I should have put the camera like not here because now I can't. It's fine. Oh, you also can't read it. But yeah, it gives you all the shapes, what it should look like. One sock doesn't need to be altered at all. The other one needs to be absolutely brutally murdered. We also get the pattern for it. We get the tail, if you can read. I apparently there's felt somewhere. Their arms and legs, all very important. You're gonna be the serial killer of socks? Yes, I am. We get some stuffing for the sock to make the Stockosaurus, you know, not pathetic looking. Then we get my personal favorite, gay socks. Oh, that doesn't look nearly as nice on the camera. Give me a second. That's probably as close as you're gonna get to it. There we go. Be who you are for your pride, hell yeah. That's pretty close. It still looks bad because it's bad camera. This camera, I do think, is genuinely 20 years old. We get... I'll put the bag down. We get, in this little packet here, we get some felt, we get some pink felt, we get some white felt, we get some thread. There's a sewing needle and 2 buttons, I believe. There are 2 buttons. There and there. And then you also get a needle, which is quite nice, and followed 1 year, 4 months. And then a nice little surprise, we get a little squeaker. Isn't that sweet? And then last but not least, don't mind the horrible noise that is my chair moving. We get a little birth certificate for the Stockosaurus. You just can't. This doesn't focus on anything. There's that says full name, date of birth, place of birth. If found, please return to. And then add a drawing or picture of your creature here. Yes, identity card. Here you go. I also can't. God. This is disorienting. So, this is what we're doing today. I also have, a little thing for my friend that I need to finish painting. Because it was, their birthday. And I get to see them tomorrow. Yeah, don't mind the really bad condition of my desk. I genuinely hadn't moved that thing in, like, weeks. So yeah. This seems like it'll be enjoyable. This seems like I'll stab myself about 8 times, but yeah, it'll be pretty fun. So, first things first, I say we do the easy part. Okay, I will read this out to you, seeing as you can't read it anyway. Take one of the socks and stuff as in diagram 1. This is diagram 1. Fold in the open end of the sock and sew up using a whip stitch. You now have your Stockosaurus's body and head. Be sure to put the squeaker provided inside the body while you're stuffing it. Take the second sock and turn it inside out. Mind y'all that if you get framed for something you didn't do, get a lawyer. Yes. 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 Get a fucking lawyer. Flatten the sock down and sew the arm, leg, and tail shapes as shown in diagram 2 using a running stitch and using the template as a guide if you wish. Okay, sure, well. Okay, I'm gonna forget what to do, so we're gonna start with this one. Stuff as in diagram 1. Fold in the open end. Oh, so that the stretchy bit does not stretch. Give me a second. I had to unplug my fun keyboard for this. I had to actually unplug my keyboard and my mouse for this. So that was nice. Would you like to look at one of my rocks? I like this rock. I like all of my rocks. They're very fun. I do enjoy them. Oh shit. Oh no, I had seen that. I just hadn't opened that. Give me a second. Uh, Let me just copy that. Uh, Paste that. There we go. Okay, the thing's been done. Well, now my short attention span allows me would just wear the socks. God, I kind of want to. But we won't, but we won't. I want the Sockosaurus. Even if just to give to my dog. I also, like, well now it's open at both ends. Like, it's not fun. Alas. Now I have to stuff a sock. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold it to here. This is how when hello Val. Welcome. We're making a Sockosaurus. Making this thing. Welcome. As we do just that. This is how I was taught to put socks on when I was 3. Not 3, probably like 6. Probably before 6, but you knew Glorb. God. Every time one of you is here, it's like, ooh, fun new nickname just dropped. That's always nice. Also, I'm wearing this. It's a bell. Yeah, I'm wearing it because I kept on startling family members. Specifically my mother. So that, yeah. I've also just kind of grown attached to it. So yeah, sorry if that's going off in the background. But yeah, I hadn't noticed until, like, literally now, how much fucking wax there is on my table. I have a lot of candles, right? Like, a lot of candles. And I didn't, like, I knew that sometimes they'd, like, oh, there's, I put my phone on top of my coffee. That wasn't a good idea. And, like, sometimes, right? Sometimes it would, like, they'd melt. And I'd be like, oh, tough shit, I guess. That was a lighter falling on the floor. And it was, I never noticed just how much wax got everywhere. Like, there's wax on the back of my table desk. There's wax here. This is wax. It's like, it's green and purple. Did you ever start hating gravity? Who doesn't hate gravity, really? Like, all my bros hate gravity. No, it's homies. Fuck. I fucked up. I made a mistake. I have made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. I like gravity, otherwise I wouldn't be able to fall onto my bed after a long day. My bed's a loft bed. We are currently under my bed. Um, because I don't like gravity because I would much rather float. I would much rather just be able to float instead of having to climb up the ladder. I also, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that would just be fun, just floating. Oh, over the like Christmas weekend, right? Like Saturday or Sunday, 24th to the 25th. Um, my my brother and dad decided to start talking about like Dyson spheres at some point, being like, it was like how the gravitational pull of the star that it would be around would affect what it, like the material it was made out of, right? And um, we, my brother was very on the side of it would fall in on itself. What the fuck are you on about? My dad was very much on the side of no, it wouldn't. Would have like an equal pull on everything, so therefore it would stabilize. It wouldn't. It would just kind of crush in on itself. And I was just sitting there in the corner being like, because part of the whole thing about the Dyson sphere was that people could live on the inside of it was what they were going on about. How can you get into that topic? I don't. We're nerds. We're all nerds. Every last one of us. Um, and I just remember sitting in the corner, just thinking, if the people are living on the inside of the Dyson sphere, right? On the side of the Dyson sphere that would be closest to the star in the center, wouldn't the people just float off of the surface, off of the inner surface of the Dyson sphere, and just float into the sun and die? Isn't that what would happen? Like, I'm pretty sure that's what would happen. I don't remember how. I think it was on like a video or. How did we get there? I don't remember. I do not remember. Only fun things, I'm sure. Probably. I don't think you necessarily have to live on the inside of the sphere. None of all. Yeah, but then the problem would, like, one, it wouldn't. I don't know though. I haven't read a sci-fi book in years. Fair. The problem that comes with a Dyson sphere is the, um, sure, it would have, like, if it was just a sphere, it would have an equal pull on all edges, on all of it. But one, if you tried to build anything on the inside of it, then that bit would have a higher gravitational pull than all of its surrounding bits, and it would collapse in on itself. If you then that bit would get pulled out of it, and then there would be a hole in it, right? And if you tried to live on the outside, you'd then have to put like windows in the Dyson sphere, and also everything that would be on the outer surface of the Dyson sphere would still be affected by the gravity of the star. So that would get pulled flat against the outer edge of the Dyson sphere, outer surface of the Dyson sphere. And that's ignoring the fact that it would still collapse in on itself. Just because it's got an equal gravitational pull on all of the edge, on everything there, doesn't mean that it wouldn't just it would crumple. Because I don't think we have any material that's strong enough to withstand the pull of a star. That's why in recent years they've been designed, like in sci-fi books, they've been more so designed with like a kind of swarm of lots of little things. Write a sci-fi book about society living in a Dyson sphere that points out how it's structurally unstable and the whole thing collapsed. God, I should. I'm going to now. Yep. It won't be very long. No, it would be very long because everybody there would be stupid. Because most people in sci-fi books, let's face it, are kind of stupid. In one way or another, you know? This is what I imagine a cloud would feel like if we could touch clouds without it being water. Or it's what I hope clouds feel like. But yeah, it's a whole thing. I want to touch clouds. Who doesn't want to touch clouds? Let's face it. We're kind of told when we're younger that, oh, you can't touch clouds. That doesn't mean you don't want to still, though. It's like, God, who wouldn't want that? Then we add the squeaker. Hell yeah. Oh my god, it squeaked. Yeah, it did. It's a squeaky saurus. Bocca squeakerus, I guess. God. When I was younger, we had a guinea pig in our house. The best fucking thing. Best thing ever. Then it died and I had a breakdown in public. No, genuinely, for some reason, because I was still in primary school, so I was probably about 8 at the time. Probably younger, but like tops I was 8. The Sockosaurus will be a squeaker kid. Yeah. But um one one day, or one night actually, um the guinea pig perished, as animals tend to do. And nobody in my family told me the next day. Right? Not in the morning before I went to school, which I guess fair. But instead I got off earlier than my older siblings because they were in secondary. No, at this point it was just off before my brother. My sister was still in primary with me. My brother was in secondary school, so got off 4 hours later, I think. Or was not 4 hours. No, I tell another lie. This would have been when we were all in primary school, I think. Um, and so yeah, my mum picked up me and my sister, then went to pick up my brother, and then we all went to pick up my brother. Yeah, and when we were waiting for my brother to get to the car park that we had stopped at, um, my mum decided to tell me that the guinea pig had sadly passed on. Um, Unsurprisingly, me as probably a 6 year old, maybe a little younger, 5 or 6 basically, um, didn't cope well with this. This had been the family pet for as long as I could remember. How dare it die? How dare you tell me in public? So I break down crying in a church car park. I don't really see the like, I guess she wanted to tell me before we got home, and I was like, "Oh, where's the guinea pig? Where's the guinea pig? I want to go look at the guinea pig." And then was like, "Oh shit, that's an empty cage," and then break down crying there. But surely it would have been better for me to start crying in my house than it would have been for me to start crying in public. It's just little things that you think of. Now we continue the stuff for the sock. Yeah, public crying is a 0 out of 10 experience. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's -3 out of 10. Yeah, another fun fact. Not, it's much less fun fact than even that fun fact. Um, I was in a club, and my friend sent me a song to listen to. Last year I was in a club from what either September, August through to May, March. I don't know. It was one of them. Oh no, it was April, wasn't it? I don't. I think it was May. I think it was May. And um, somebody please, for the love of God, DM me a pic of the soccer sword. Bye bye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being here. If I remember, I shall send you a pic of the Sockosaurus. But yeah, and the leader of this club introduced herself to us, and it was like, hell yeah, you seem pretty cool. And one of the things that she introduced herself to us with was a story of how somebody who hadn't been in the club for a couple years and was only there for a year had contacted her at some point in the past and was like, hi, I have a problem, I don't know how to deal with it, please help me. And she did. And then being like, if any of you are ever in a similar situation, contact me, I'll help. And then in a situation where I, being a child, did not know what to do with information that I did not know what to do with, I I I sent her the thing that was like, I don't know what to do with this, but I'm scared. Please, adult, do something. You said you would. And she did fuck all. She did, and I'm just, I'm a weird mix between angry and just kind of disappointed. Kind of in myself. Oh my god, uh, there's so many fibers. But yeah, kind of just in both of us being like, damn, you really said you'd do something and did nothing, and I trusted you. Because it's like literally nothing. It was genuinely concerning of a thing that I was like, hey, hi, please help me. Because it was also pertaining to three other people, and it was a recording of a phone call of which I had been part of, and somebody had said something that was very concerning, and I was like, okay, okay. And I sent her a couple minutes of it being like, hi, this is the most concerning bit, but if you need anything else, I can send it to you. I can send you the rest of it. And and she just did nothing. And that caused a lot of bad stuff to happen. Being like, you could have done something. You did literally nothing. For anybody in that situation. I think I think the thing that she sent back, she already knew what was happening as well, or at least not all of it, but like the gist of it, right? And she sent back, hi, thank you for sending me this. Please keep this under wraps. Um, oh, child that is scared. Um, because this individual is very sick, and we're trying to get them the help they need. They didn't get the help they needed in the slightest. And yeah, it's like, damn, you really prioritized this person's like existence over two other people's physical health, physical well-being. And that killer Valk, welcome back. I've just been bitching about an adult, don't you worry, you didn't miss anything. But yeah, I want to send her a PowerPoint of how she fucked up and what her doing nothing caused. But I'm also like, maybe I'll wait a bit. I'm going through the stages of grief, but very slowly. I've not even the stages, they're just kind of all happening at the same time over the past like 3 months. It's been a very fun time. But you know the Sockosaurus is, well, it's sock shaped. Face is very long. Incredibly so. But yeah, I got a couple days ago. Ooh, where did I put it? I don't. Oh, there did I put it? It's under something else. Oh no, I just won't show you. I got a couple days ago a bar of nougat, and it is the best thing because it's got other stuff in it, sure, but it's like mostly just nougat. Oh, I need to find out when my dentist appointment is. Oh, I need to figure that out. Was the song any good, Valk? Was it any good? God, I made a playlist for one of my friends because they were like, "Oh, I listened to a lot of the songs that I shared a lot of the songs with somebody that has basically ruined them for me. And I just don't have anything to listen to anymore." And I was like, "Hell yeah, I'll make you a playlist. Don't you worry." I don't think they've listened to it. Fine, I knew the song but had to listen anyway. We're playing a game where every day one of us sends a song and the other two of us rate it. Fair enough, that sounds nice. I'm tempted to send them a thing in like, "Hi, have you listened to the playlist? Are there any good songs on it?" Oh yeah, I think my guitar teacher, very fun. Very fun. He's like, I don't know, he's just kind of aloof, right? He's not really even, yeah, I'd describe it as aloof. And, um, one of, one of, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? Um, oh god, it was probably 4 or 5 at this point. Ew. It was some point in December. Um, we, we got onto the topic of social media somehow, right? We got onto the topic of social media, and that's not a bad thing. But apparently, he got onto TikTok for a little bit, and he apparently hated their algorithm, right? Mainly because the only things that were getting like um like recommended for him were stuff about the grind set of being like, yeah, get rid of everybody in your life. Yeah, do you have a family? Not anymore. And he just kind of hated it, and it was so funny because he gave like a whole monologue about it, right? And that's like impressive. Because like I agree, the grind set is it's kind of just sad, right? But goddamn. But yeah, it's the algorithm because apparently it was like, yeah, I'm not interested in this, and they just recommend the same shit anyway. It's like, damn, TikTok really saw fucking male and mid-20s and was like, I know what to suggest for this person. I know what this person needs. The crying never stops except on Wednesday. That's reserved for D&D. Fair enough. I have a fun thing. Give me a second. I've been gifted this. It has 3 books in it. One of them isn't in it at the moment because I took it out because I wanted to read it. They're chunky. Oh my god, you have the thing? I do have the thing. I have that same thing. Hell yeah. We have the thing. I think they gave us a little bit too much stuffing for this. Hell yeah, we have the thing. I still know what D&D was. Genuinely like impressive the amount of time somebody in my group will like suggest D&D and then we'll never do it. We just never do. Just not a thing that happens. We can do this. But yeah, I also robbed somebody of a dice at some point. It was like a D20 and really pretty, and I was like, ooh, mine. I don't know, it's kind of hard to get into. It requires the DM to do a ton of work. Yeah. No, because it's like they've also gotten into other campaigns with just I don't know, people they've met on the street, and I think that would be a lot harder than organising your group to meet up one more time a week. I don't know. I mean, fair enough, though. Just kind of like, somebody will mention it like once a month and then not at all for the rest of the month, you know? Like, somebody got us to design characters and everything. And nothing came of it. I'd say that this is very sock. Except for here, this is a little bulbous. I kind of want to make an elephant now. This just feels more elephant than Sockosaurus, but I mean, fair. Also, I would like people to be thinking of names for the Sockosaurus, because God knows I'm not that creative. I'll fill it in at some point. I think that's enough. I think a little bit more in the back of the Sockosaurus. I think a little bit more in the back. You know, we have to have to give the Sockosaurus a dumpy, you know? It has to have dumpy. I like the Richarlison. Fair. I feel like that would be a very funny name for a dinosaur. I don't know, it sounds vaguely like a sock. Hi, Piff. Welcome. We're stuffing a sock. We're making a Sockosaurus. There are instructions dipped up. Is that a name suggestion? Or just like a greeting? Yo. For the first time in forever, you're here. Is a name? Ooh. They're just tiny little lumps, and I don't want my Sarcosaurus to be lumpy. I want it to have a dumpy. I don't. God, I'm starting to see why only my grandmother does that with the stuffing. It's... Let me just gather up the fibers that are dropping from. Like, look at this shit. I would say that's good. A whip stitch. A whip stitch they demand and require. Do I have a pair of scissors? Do I? I should. Yes, I do. They're nail scissors. Ripsock, you shall be reborn. Where's the end of the thread? You'd think they'd make this easier to find. There we go. Okay, we'll, what, double it? Yeah, I think so. I think we should double it. That means we go for a double. Thought that was a firework? No, it was my dad's game. No, wait. Oh, shit. This 7... I feel like this is for children, so I feel like they should have made the eye of it easier. Realistically, it should probably be an embroidery needle. No. Yeah, no, that's genuinely... It's genuinely quite sharp. Especially if people are gonna give this to children. Like, goddamn. Is there an age on this? wait a second. Wait a second. Like the demonstration of it. Is there an age on this? I think it's 8 plus. You have to be over 8 to stab yourself. Good to know, good to know. Yeah, so we've we've knotted it at the end. And now we start the procedure. The procedure, everyone. We're gonna put the knot on the inside. Then we're gonna go and see how it goes. And I'm gonna try not to stab myself. That would be rather anticlimactic. Not anticlimactic, rather, what's the fucking word? I don't know. Not out of the ordinary. I tend to stab myself a lot when sewing. Unnecessary, I guess, could be one. It would be unnecessary for me to stab myself. I mean, yeah. I mean, then I might get blood on the Sarcosaurus, and then I'll never recover. I'll face public backlash. I have genuinely, for the last like 2 days, I have been just watching CoffeeZilla. Just all of this fucking content. Just all of it. I'm like, yes. Yes, please. Give me entertainment. Yes. This is where I mentioned that I'm not actually that good at sewing. Like, I can sew, right? It's also like I can crochet, just not very well. God, I've been crocheting a jumper for literally a year now. Like I've got the sleeves done. Yep, that is. Sorry, didn't mean to bump you there. That is genuinely as far as I've gotten. I have the sleeves. I feel like this shouldn't be a run. Am I gonna go back and change it? I kind of want to go back and change it. Because I have a better idea. Okay, it's fine. What we're gonna do is we're gonna forget one of the threads, just one of them, not both of them, because they're doubled up. I don't actually know what it's called when you double them up, but it sure is something. It's a technique. I know it is. We're gonna cut one of them. We're gonna remove the needle from it, and then we're gonna basically unpick it, but with our hand, with the needle. Not with our hands, I've decided after trying for 2 seconds. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. The whole way down. Because I've decided no, I want to sew it together in a different way. I want to use a different stitch that'll be hidden better. Yeah. I need to be fancy like that. I don't want to wrong my grandmother. Wait, where's that one? There we go. Okay. Sorry, I think I hit you again there. See, these ones are actually like neatly done. I kind of just got bored near the end there. Hey, it's fine. It's grand. And there we go, we're officially back at the start. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut the short thread really short because we do not need it anymore. This will mean that it's not doubled over, but it'll make it look nicer because so many people are gonna be looking at the bottom of my Sockosaurus. Right? Of course they are. What else would they be doing with their time? This normal thread. Then we're gonna do very fuck. This is fine. We're gonna do. It's gonna be really awkward because it's doubled over as well. That should work. I don't actually know what this one's called. I've never bothered to find out either. Just not something that I was interested in finding out. It's not gonna be completely invisible, but it should be pretty close to invisible. Right. One of those fancy stitches that people use to fancy. One of the stitches that people use to repair clothing. Or do like invisible seams sometimes. I think as well. I do technically currently have 2 chats open. And I looked over at the one on my phone because that's to make sure that it's still actually running properly and so I know what it looks like. Piffle's grey on the one on my phone, but purple on the one on my laptop. So clearly, OBS thinks Piffle deserves more colour than my phone does. Because I'm not sure how to feel about that. No, is that an insult from my phone or from... Sorry, I'm holding this really close to me. Just so that I can see it properly. Which doesn't help with you seeing it properly. Which would kind of defeat the point, wouldn't it? Well, unless I was on just chatting and just doing this because. I mean, fair enough. I did almost do this yesterday and was then like, no. No, this would be great content. Fantastic content, even. And then you do that, and you pull it. Oh, fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, and you pull it through. Boom. We have finished the base of our Sarcosaurus. This will also be harder to unpick. Take the L. Take it. Take the L. I'm gonna drink some coffee. Boom, coffee. Okay. Boom. No more coffee. What's the next thing? Oh, the next thing is turn it inside out. Turn it inside out. I can do that. Flatten it. Has been flattened. No, it hasn't been. I'm a liar. I'm a liar and a sham. There we go. It's been flattened. Best of my ability. We're going to... Oh. I'm going to stick the needle in that. It's an ornament. Okay. Where... Okay, so clearly they're intending these to be double-sided. Probably. Except for maybe the felt. Not too sure about the felt. What I'm gonna do... I'm going to cut out these with my nail scissors. I really hope nobody else needs to use these nail scissors, like, ever. Because if they do, oh boy, it's gonna be difficult. There we go. Tail has been cut out. Boom. Number 1. We're then gonna cut out both the arms and the legs. Just kind of around them first, and we'll go in detail in a minute. We'll really get in there. Don't you worry. We'll get to it. Boom, half an arm. Just in we haven't finished cutting out that bit yet. That's what I mean by half an arm. Oh. Do we think our Sarcosaurus will be left or right-handed? Boom, an arm. Because, well, I mean, I guess left or right armed. Because it's like, it doesn't really have fingers, does it? Just got two stumps, really. They've really done the Socosaurus dirty here, but also I'm not complaining because I don't know how to sew fingers. I don't even know how to draw fingers, let alone sew fingers, Jesus Christ. That would be quite the feat if I were to figure out how to sew fingers, especially on such a small scale. You know, it would be like, damn. Wait a goddamn second. Shouldn't we have attached like the eyes and stuff to the sock before stuffing and sewing it shut? Like one? Like surely that would have made more sense, right? It's fine. It's fine. It'll be grand. It'll be a-okay. It's only been 56 minutes of doing that. Oh, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. And leg 2. Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second, I need to get my story straight. Wait. Fun. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna sew the tail to it first, I guess. Oh, that does not. What the fuck? Wait a goddamn sec. Sorry, socks aren't this shape. Those are two different shapes. I mean, I can get most of it in, I guess. Oh, but then I can't. Ooh. Oh, but then we go over the heel, and we don't really want to go over the heel, do we? We can get most of it in, I guess. Guess they weren't expecting any 8-year-olds to be this precise about the shape of the tail. Do I want to just kind of go? Fine, whatever. There's not a knot in this. There's not a knot, and I must not the thread if I ever wish this to work. Okay. I say we start about there. And what, a running stitch? Yeah, sure. Well, there's the first and second stab of the day. Always really bad at running stitches. There's a lot like their looser counterparts, and the like temporary stitches. I tend to backstitch most things. Really, because you can't really fuck up a backstitch, can you? It's not really something that you can do, you know? Like, yeah, you can, theoretically, but it's not something that most people can do. Not the easiest job to fuck up a backstitch. They're also just they tend to be a lot more secure because yeah, they're going back on themselves. And I do tend to need things to not fall apart. It's always a lot more helpful when the things that you make don't try to fall apart after you've made them. You know? It's a lot nicer when they don't try to, break immediately. It's never fun when things try to immediately break, you know? Seems fine on the other side. It's definitely not the straightest line, but that's okay. Oh, I had to cut through fabric. Oh, that might be an issue. I might have to go and search for something for that. I might have to. Because I'm not cutting through fabric with nail scissors, you know? Are you even allowed to have scissors on screen? I'm assuming so. But I know you can't have knives on screen on YouTube. It's grand. It's fine. It'll be perfectly okay. Nothing can go wrong, ever. Nah, it'll be fine. I. Oh, what? When I was younger, I used to. I had this book that my grandmother would read to me. What was it called? It was Tyrannosaurus Drip. It was the best thing in the universe, right? I don't know why it was the best thing in the universe, but it was. It was the best book ever when I was like 6. And I really don't remember it, like the plot of it that much, other than it's like what? It was these really stupid looking dinosaurs, but they were adorable and they were great. They were like vegetarians, right? I know, starting off strong with veganism in a book for 6-year-olds. Um, and like this, there were also T Rexes on like the other side of the river, I think. And one of the vegans, um, I don't think they were meant. The story wasn't meant to be about the fact that they were vegan. It was about the fact that they were different. I think this little thing that was only seen like twice in the entire book had taken one of the Tyrannosaurus Drip's eggs and had put it in the T Rex nest. And so this dinosaur that could not eat meat was being raised as a carnivore. And was like, oh, why am I so different to the other T Rexes in my family? Why am I different? It's not like I look different at all. It's not like I'm a third of their size and blue and have a duck bill. But yeah, that was part of it, and I I think at some point they end up killing the T Rexes. Wait, let me see if this is any merit, right? Because Tyrannosaurus Drip PDF. PDF. I want a PDF of Tyrannosaurus. I'm gonna read to you Tyrannosaurus Drip. In a swamp beside a river where the land was thick with veg lived a herd of duck-billed dinosaurs who roamed the water's edge. And they hooted up with rivers. They hooted up with reeds. This is the fucking way. Wait a second. Let me. This is very much a knockoff, right? Um. Um. Give me a second. I need to get my story straight. I'm considering playing Vermintide 2 again. Because it was anxiety inducing, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. I had a nice time, you know? Um. Bing bang, walla walla bing bang. Bing bang, walla walla bing bang. Properties. Not that. Huh. Sorry. I was gonna show you the duck-billed dinosaurs, but it does not seem to be working. Hmm. Where the fuck? Where the that is clearly not the problem. Okay. Um, give me a second. You go back there. Sorry. I'm not very organized if you couldn't tell. Uh, um, I would like to, I would like to save it in documents. Where is, let's, God. What would I like to open this with? Oh, not working. Okay. I won't read you Tyrannosaurus. I'm not gonna read it to you if you can't see it. That takes away all the fun. Look up Tyrannosaurus Drip PDF. Great book. You know it is because I gave up on trying to show it to you immediately after it stopped working. And yeah, wait. I need to know if they kill the T-Rex or not. I desperately need to know. Yeah. Yeah, stolen egg. Egg ended up in the blah 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 blah. Duckbill dinosaur swam across the river. There was a storm. The T-Rexes got across the river and was like, haha. the T-Rex see their reflections in the mirror, in not the mirror, in the water, the tree they're trying to get across the water with snaps. They fall down a waterfall and they are never seen again. You know, just your casual children's story about murdering T-Rex. Nah, it was being like, oh, stand up for what you believe in. I guess that's what it was trying to do. You know, probably. And then we knot this off. With that. Ah, shit, that didn't work. Why did that? Oh, because it knotted all the way up there. That's why it didn't fucking work. A second. Give me a second. I need to get my story straight. Because it's a little gay. Just like the colours of these socks. Fuck. Trying to thread the needle again. Not going well. Ooh. There we fucking go. Hell yeah. Okay, then we only do this. And now we snip that bit off. And boom, we have a tail marked out. I will not be cutting it out with these scissors. So I say we do the rest of the bits first. And then we figure out how to pick. Fuck. Okay. Wait. Yeah, it'll be grand. We can put one of the arms up there. One of the others down there. Look at us go. We're great at this. We do need to cut more thread. Let us go. We're fantastic. We'll do, I guess, the top arm first. That just kind of makes a little bit of sense, doesn't it? Probably. Does in my head, so we're doing it. Right? Right. How are you guys? How's the start of the year been treating you? I wish to know. How's your day and a half or 2 days been treating you? Double up the thread again. But this time we get to follow the paper. I've remembered why you pin down your patterns first. Yeah, how you doing? How did the end of the year treat you as well? How's New Year's been? You know? Doing great. Oh my god, we can just how do you have flipped it around? a little bit of tomfoolery. Oh yeah, sleep paralysis. Ooh, is there you're going? Well, we found a glass shop to get the lantern repaired at. Yeah, I've had a couple breakdowns of of I decided to try being emotionally vulnerable and it didn't pan out. And now I feel like shit. Ooh. My sleeping's only gotten worse. I continue to wake up more tired than when I go to sleep. It's fun. I see that 2023 is treating us all just as badly. I've never actually had to deal with sleep paralysis. I'm very glad for that. At least not that I remember. But yeah, other than that, it's been pretty decent, right? Other than if you ignore all of the bad things that have already happened, it's going well. And that's how I go about life, really. If you ignore all the bad, then there isn't any bad. And I have to say that's genius because I came up with it. I definitely didn't steal it from anybody. I'm pretty sure I took it from Winnie the Pooh or Paddington. It was one of the two. I really liked bears as a kid. I've heard one person say 2023 is gonna be my year, and I want to know what world they live in. God, I haven't seen anybody say that. I've seen not a single person claim that 2023 is gonna be their year. You know what? Fuck it. 2023 is gonna be my year. It's mine. None of you are allowed to live in it. All of you have to skip to 2024. Sorry, fellas. If you're used to dissociation, this won't be anything different. That's a concerning number. I'm going to unplug my laptop, this being my laptop. I'm going to plug in my phone. Grand, see you next year. Let me go. We know what 2023 goes. It'll go great. Oh, we had like a family dinner yesterday because first day of the new year. First day of the new year. It's so fun. And I don't remember exactly how we got onto the topic, but I'd mentioned the bad ex that one of my friends had and the fact that they had like showed up at our school and my house, right? And I was mainly I was comparing it to something we were talking about to my brother and my mum. And then my sister goes, "Well, what a very inclusive conversation you're having at the dinner table with." Oh yeah, my brother's partner was also there. Oh, what a very inclusive discussion you're having at a dinner table. And I just turned to her and go, "Do you want a rundown? Do you want a rundown?" Because I could give you one, and so I give a rundown. Not a very in depth, like very much the bare bones of. Well, so one of my friends had a psychotic ex. They showed up at our school and then outside of our house at 7 in the evening when I was trying to cut contact with them. And my sister says something along the lines of, oh wow," and then in response to this, my brother decides to go, "Ah yes, your life was threatened. Get over it." My sister just turns and looks at me like, "What the fuck do you mean, life threatened?" and they say as much like, "What the fuck do you what do you mean their life was threatened?" My brother just goes, they showed up outside of our house. What do you mean? What do you mean? And this was one of this was the emotion. This is one of two emotionally vulnerable conversations that I've had, both on the same day. Unsurprisingly, considering there's only been a day and a half. And I just go, yeah, yeah, like they showed up outside of our home, and um, and my sister then asked when, and I'm like, sometime late October, and I I don't remember exactly what happens. I remember not looking at my dad at all during this. Not sure that was on purpose, but I just didn't, right? And my brother's partner just goes, "Was your November any better?" I just kind of stop and think about it, going, "Well, I guess, I kind of didn't get my life threatened, so that was pretty nice." Thank God, it was just like fantastic conversation to have. Literally, what 19 hours into the new year, just like, yeah, last year my life got threatened. And I have a then I tried to stop myself crying because, like, I hadn't thought about it in a while. This sounds like it was marvelous. Oh no, it gets better. After dessert, I have a little cry in my room, and like, oh yeah, this happened, and this was why I was talking about the adult being able to do something and didn't earlier, being like, ah, yeah, I have a little cry about that because she did fucking nothing. She actively, I think, made it worse. Um, and I was, and I realized that I still had something of this very bad person's. Not anything extremely important, but just something that was like, ha 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 ha, sucks to be you. And this is about to get very, 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 like, personal, by the way, if you could not care less. Just know I'm about to get very sad and very, very, very out of sorts. And then I decided to, because yeah, I hadn't told my dad about it, and I decided, why not? Why not? Right? And I go downstairs, and both my parents are in the living room, and my dad's on the floor, my mum's on the sofa, pretty close to him, and I kind of sit on the floor and start rubbing the dog. And I mentioned the fact that I want to send like a PowerPoint to the adult that did fucking nothing. I explained why I want to do this. After my dad's like, "Why would you want to do that?" And I'm like, so she knows that she fucked up. So she knows that she said she would do one thing, and she did not, and she didn't do that thing, right? Because one of the things that she said she would do would be that one of the promises she made to us was that if we were ever in trouble and we contacted her, she would help. And so me being a child and scared when I get somebody that says something that quite possibly puts somebody else in danger, I and having it recorded because I'm a paranoid little shit like that, I go to the adult that said that they would help, and they were one of the ones that I thought could help as well, because sure I could go to like the police, but what the fuck are the police gonna do? They don't give a shit. And like I could go to the school counselor, but what the fuck is my school counselor gonna do for somebody that's in a different school, right? What are they, what could they do? You know? What could they do? So I go to an adult that knows everybody in the situation, because technically we all met through a club, and I go, hi, I have this concerning information, can you do something, please? You said you'd help, can you help? And they go, oh yeah, thank you for this. This individual is very sick right now. I'm gonna read to you exactly what she said, excluding names, excluding all personal information. I'm gonna read to you what I said and then what she said. So I send her the thing. It's 2 minutes 42 seconds of a half an hour phone call. Hi, I'm really sorry to add more to your plate because she had been dealing with she'd been vaguely aware of what had happened. And I didn't really think I'd have to send you anything other than a thanks, but I had a call with the individual earlier and they said things that genuinely concerned me. No, they didn't know I was recording it. I just did it as a precaution. I didn't think anything would come from it. The audio is pretty poor and very quiet, but I did what I could. This is only about a 3-minute clip from the end of the call. There is a full recording, and if you want, I can send it to you, but the rest was just us kind of being normal, and it's 30 minutes, so I thought I'd start with just this. It is also only the audio, and the full thing is just my desktop basically. At about 1 minute 18 seconds in is where the concerning bit starts. To be fair, all of the first 2 minutes is pretty bad. And then I leave the call at about 2 minutes 10. The end is just me talking to myself. I'm not entirely sure what, if anything, you can do with this. Mainly I just wanted you to know because I didn't know what else to do, and they were talking about reaching out to you anyway, so I thought it would be best in your hands. I don't think it's in this clip, didn't want to make it too long, but the bit just before it was that they had asked me if I would hate them for getting you further involved, which slightly paraphrased. I put that in brackets. Can I ask that you do not share the content of that with anyone else, please? The individual is really sick. I've yet to catch up and find out what happened today. Thanks for letting me know. Keep me posted if you have any more concerns. Thank you for being there for them. Please ensure that you take care of yourself too. And they did nothing. Didn't say that she would do anything. Just oh, can you, scared child, not share this with anybody? After I had, which to be fair, she was a bit too late on that. I'd already gone to my mother and a couple of my friends, being like, "Hi, what the fuck do I do?" Before I decided to tell her anything. Because, you've got to go to the mother first if you trust the mother. Being like, hello, I know that you personally can't do anything, but what do you think I should do? And yeah, I tell my dad this. My mum's there. My mum already knows this. And, he's still a little bit, like, confused, being like, well, I still don't really get it, why you'd want to do that. And okay, fair enough. And then I mentioned the fact that I still had a no, actually. After that I'm like, oh yeah, like I want to do this because by this adult that said that she'd do something if we ever needed her, not doing anything in that moment, she caused this person to show up at our school. She caused this person to show up at our home. This person lives a 20-minute walk away. They go to work 15 minutes away from my house. Why would I not want to tell her that she fucked up? Like, I'm still incredibly paranoid. You can see into my room from the street. My room is at the front of my house. And then, yeah, and then he's kind of like, okay. And I like, sure, I still don't get it, but okay. And then I mentioned the fact that I still have this thing that was theirs. He's like, oh, why don't you drop it back to them? And I just look at him. I just look at him, and I'm just like in my head, why would I do that? what what about what I just told you makes it sound like that's an option? What about this entire scenario makes it sound like that's a thing that I can do? What about them showing up at my house makes it sound like I can go to their place of work or their school and just drop it off there? Because like I can't voice this at that point in time because I'm just looking at him. I'm just going, why do you not understand why that isn't something I can do? Why do you not understand why I can't do that? Like I'm really impressive. Shit, I wasn't supposed to sew all of it. It's fine. It's grand. Um fuck. I'll do on all legs. Um and I'm just looking at him. And then he's like, "Oh, you can get me or your mum to drop it off." I'm like, somehow that's worse. Somehow the suggestions they're just getting worse. How are you managing this? And I'm just like, why? Instead of being like, why do you not understand why I can't do that? I just say, why would I do that? And I'm like, and then I'm like, well, either there are a couple things that can come out of this. One, they when I'm dropping it off, they see me and they try to approach me, which like I'm fine with ignoring them, but me having something of theirs on me while I'm pretending to not know them, while I'm there specifically to drop off something for them, that's not exactly something that you can just play off, you know? And then there's the other thing of if either me or my parents were to drop it off and then um and they're not there when it's dropped off, then they might take that as a please come back into my life. As a oh we can still be friends. We can't still be friends. Not a thing that's possible. It's an impossibility. It's not a thing that can happen. But they might take me dropping off this thing as a oh hi we can still be friendly. No, and I don't want to put that in their head because they're the type of person to see that and then take it to the fucking extreme. I don't want that. I don't want that. And so I say that, and then he's kind of like, okay, I guess. Then he goes to the toilet, and I just look at my mum. I'm like, I'm just kind of like, why doesn't he understand? Why doesn't he get it? Right? Because I don't understand. One of the things he said was you don't want to have anything that can make these types of people angry at you. I'm like you can't make this person not angry. Anything you do could make them angry. It's not a thing that you can just make them not angry. That's not a thing that you can do, right? And and I just look at my mum and I'm like, oh, why does he not get that like one I can't do these things, and two that like it's kind of like a little bit of revenge. Like you, you piece of shit. You have ruined months of my life. You have actively made me paranoid. I like every now and then I'll look out my window and be like, they're gonna be there. They're gonna be there, they're gonna be there, they're gonna be there. Because at some point they were there. Because what if they are there and I don't see them? Because on that day I didn't see them. I never saw them. They told me. And I just didn't know. I couldn't look out my window when I saw the message, so hell, maybe they were lying. But I fucking doubt it. They're unhinged, not a liar, unfortunately. And my mum's response to why doesn't he, my dad, my house Richarlison going? I'm currently venting. Richarlison's going pretty well. We have the tail all outlined. We have one of the arms outlined. We're currently working on one of the legs. The body's still doing well. But yeah, and I look at my mum and her response is, oh, he's never had to think that way. That's her response. Which, I mean, fair. He's the oldest of four. So, yeah, that's fun. And that kind of just, I don't know. It's just one of those emotions that you're like, oh, well then. It's like, how do you look at somebody that does not understand, that doesn't get it, that never had to go through something even remotely similar to this? How do you explain that you want that tiny bit of revenge that is this tiny insignificant thing that they never even really cared for, and not letting them have it? How do you look at somebody that's never had to be scared of somebody being outside of their house and explain to them why you're scared of that? Like, I know it's not realistic. It's a thing, it's there. How do you... And it's somehow even worse. Because, like, my mum didn't really... She wasn't like, ah, yes, I've been through this before. I understand. But it was like, you know, that kind of like silent, I'm sorry you had to go through this. And my brother, when I told him about it, about a month earlier, also not the same kind of thing as my mom, but still kind of like, I get it, right? Like, almost like, I don't know, like resigned. I'd go with resigned. Um, and my sister, who told about it on the same day as my dad, was like almost offended by the fact that this had happened. And then my dad's just there being like, yeah, so what? Ooh. When I first, was like, when I first sat down with both of them downstairs and was like, I kind of want to talk a little bit about this. I looked at my mom and I was like, you already know about this. And I looked at my dad and was like, you don't. My dad responded to that with, yeah, I don't really get why I didn't know. And I just looked at him and I was like, you're a lot less emotionally available. And it's one thing to say that and to know it, it's another thing to completely proven right. So that was a fun night. That's how my 2023 is. Fantastically, I might say. I might. It has been An hour 40. It has been an hour and 40 minutes. Hi Val, how are you going? How are you doing? On a scale of 8 to 3, how are you doing on this fine day? Sorry about that. Needed to get it off my chest. Okay. We've got 3 of the 5 limbs outlined. We have 2 more to go. We have a leg. We have a leg and an arm. We have a leg and an arm. We do the arm. Hmm. How do we do the arm? We can face it this way and then yeah, okay. Here we go. Ah shit. Oh, I did not the end of it. Look at me go. I'm fantastic at this. Sorry, I'm holding this really in front of me again. I apologize. I'm used to holding things that I'm sewing really close to me. Um, because that's the easiest place to see it, right? I don't tend to hold them away from me. It's not something I tend to do. The lights aren't good enough for this shit. They're really not. What if I could. Oh, does that help? Kind of, a bit. Um, if we put it there, I'm putting my phone there. um, that's my phone flashlight. The things I do for you people. Yeah, I keep on watching things on the internet and then slightly panicking and being like, oh shit, and then I'm like, wait a goddamn second. Wait a goddamn second. No, not oh shit. I did fucking Eddie was trending in Ireland earlier today. Just like the name Eddie on Twitter. I was very confused and nobody was explaining it. Like half of it was about Stranger Things. What is current? I want to know what's currently trending. What's currently what? Got a Friday Night Funkin' mod. Okay. Thank you, first post, for being very okay. So nothing interesting is trending on Twitter right now. Oh, wait a goddamn. Oh, I'm getting back into podcasts. I don't know why. I listen to podcasts for um not very long, not a very long time. It was never, but it was something that I was vaguely invested in. Fuck. Um, And then I just kind of slipped out of it. Like one of the podcasts that I'd listened to and was like my favorite stopped and got sad, and then I stopped listening to all of them. Just all of them. Oh, Up the Ra is trending. Bruna Fonseca. The Garda. The Garda. Ben Healy. Why are the Garda trending? Oh, why are you trending? Or if it Okay, so fun fact. I think Garda is a word in a different language. They are literally used. God damn, I really exit out of Twitter just to see Rose roasting the fucking Garda. They kind of are. They don't do much. They got an outfit change and it was the ugliest fucking thing in existence. So, that tells you about how much they do. Genuinely, listen, I fucking hate them. Are you doing any crimes, Rose? Is that why you hate them? Have you breached the Geneva Convention recently? Don't answer that, Mo. No, if you're answering that, say no. Don't, not even jokingly say yes. You will get hunted down. Never tell anybody you've breached the Geneva Conventions. You'll die. The Garda, are the Garda actually trending? Uh, Upcoming court cases are a real eye opener, and I only looked at Dublin. If I, oh, what's that responding to? We have a huge problem in this country with imported crime. Ah. Oh! Oh, I found out why Bruna Fonseca's trending. Uh, she was murdered. A 29-year-old man was charged with her murder. Um, if where I live is anything to go by, there could be another murder on the cards. Quiet for months, then it all kicks off again. Try to come, leave, nothing changes. Okay, so yeah, the Garda are trending because somebody was arrested because somebody else was murdered, and now they're just complaining that the Garda do virtually nothing of actual impact. In the long run, I was gonna joke about it, but wouldn't be a great idea. Genuinely hate them for other reasons, though. Fair enough. They do. They don't do much. They're like some of them. I'm sure are decent people, but it's the same thing with America with ACAB. Like, yeah. Definitely not as bad as America because we don't have fucking guns. Um, but they're like. I feel like if there's a job that lets you take another person's property, as long as you can be like, oh yeah, I had reason to suspect that there was something criminal going on. I feel like that shouldn't be a thing. I feel like you should have to fill out a form. You know? I feel like there should be a form you have to fill out before you can just take somebody's stuff. Because like if there is something criminal on it, sure, but a lot of the time there just isn't. A lot of the time it's just wrong. It's just in fact not true. Um, for both of them. But yeah, it's all fine. But yeah, okay, so somebody's fucking died. That's why they're trending. Figured it out. It's been done and dusted. My job here is done. There we go. Oh, I was about to flip the sock inside out. That wouldn't have fucking worked. What else has happened recently? Not much has happened recently. Oh, Tate got arrested. Or he got like put in custody. You know what's even funnier? At the start of the year, in an RSE class, it's basically sex ed, but also like emotional sex ed, which is pretty nice. Not just for, and it was like one of the first class that we had in RSE was on the stereotypes of men and women in society. Only men and women. Nobody else. Nobody else. And it was pretty fine when we were going through the women's, because most groups had some sentient people that weren't chronically online in their groups, except for two. I will be right back. I have to go grab something. I will leave you. Look at the stuffing for a second. I will leave you with there's some Soft Boy by Wilbur.
I'm living the dream.
That is not
It's
coming
just
through
one of those dreams where you're losing all your teeth.
Okay, give
and
me a
if you
second.
think that it gets
you
better,
can still hear it, that's fine.
darling, take
Okay.
a look at me. I'm in too deep. It's the same dried ramen and a bowl I'm too lazy to clean. But I'm not drunk texting my ex anymore. Oh, my father could be proud of me. Still I won't where the cat is. I won't where the cat is. I won't where the cat is. It's not an Ahigo hoodie, it's a work of art. I get turned on by my reflection in passing cars. I'm looking for a window to another world where I don't feel as lost and bored. I just don't want to be a soft boy anymore. I want to be yours. I'm living the dream. If you consider the dream to be haircuts and apathy, and if you think that I'll get better, well, darling, take a look at me. I'm in too deep. It's the same hairstyle that I've had since I was 17. And I don't know why. Mother, are you proud of me? Still I won't where the cat is. I won't where the cat is. I won't where the cat is. Please, please just don't where the cat is. I'm so sorry. It's not an Ahigo hoodie, it's a work of art. I get turned on by my reflection in passing cars. I'm looking for a window to another world where I don't feel as lost and bored. I just don't want to be a soft boy anymore. I want to be yours. Want to be yours. Want to be yours. It's not an Ahigo hoodie, it's a work of art.
Bro, I swear on God, you don't want to book shit. This shit's so long, baby. Is that my voice? Dripping like a school. On a forward school. Baby gonna Screw. She funny with it, cool. V5 thump, I'm a hump on a bounce, Jack and Jill up a hill, baby tryna get a meal. Mary had a little lamb, I really do not fuck with, and she calling me the muffin man. I surely like the muffin top. Snow, like my lashes. I can't pick yo, it's either tits or some asses. Blue cover glasses, please don't be so hasty. I'ma pull up on a 30 all the way from Kansas. Whoa, yeah, I think I need a teaser. If she be a pleaser, baby needs a squeezer. Anybody lead her, she tryna bite my dick, and you biting on my style. Is your name Sharkeisha? And you like the Mona Lisa cause you was a fake. And the reason why I went to school, numbers on the page. But there's several faster ways to get the money and those cakes. When you're really about the cake, she looking like an easy bag. Leave you covered up and couple nerves, what you say? Once you school and copper, go your purse for my sake. Please don't tell me you gon' pipe it first, not okay. Money at the end, I'm coming first, on delay. Drippin' like a school. On a forward, school. Baby gonna screw. She funny with it, cool. V5 thump, I'm a hump on a bounce, Jack and Jill up a hill, baby tryna get a meal. Mary had a little lamb, I really do not fuck with, and she calling me the muffin man. I surely like the muffin top, muffin car, so I don't wanna stop. Got it on the lot, with this baby ever flop. Flexing all these rappers, I just let it slap chop. She had a hard right behind my desktop. Whoa, baddie, why she praying up to me? Ho ho, gotta give her when you're on your knees. Oh no, sick and tired of doing shit for free, yo bro. I'm a voice, bro, that's you. Don't you like it when these diamonds look like respect? I'm a little closer, sassy boy, in the scratch. Skip a little Henny, that's the cause and effect. Baby, no money to this money, let me collect. Big bag, price tag, Gucci rag, okay. Don't break cocaine, red flag, no way. Big bag, price tag, Gucci rag, okay. Don't break cocaine, red flag, no way. Drippin' like a school. On a forward, school. Baby gonna screw. She funny with it, cool. V5 thump, I'm a hump on a bounce, Jack and Jill up a hill, baby tryna get a meal. Mary had a little lamb, I really do not fuck with, and she calling me the muffin man. I surely like the muffin top.
That was Nursery by. Oh fuck! I hope that wasn't copyrighted. Oh fuck! Please say that wasn't copyright strike. Oh fuck! Is that even in the? Okay, it is. Thank fuck. BBNOS. There. No, it was not Wibbler. It was not Wibbler. I have this is an ice cream soup. Got chocolate ice cream in it and vanilla ice cream and then just plain cream. I have an issue, but alas. Anyway, gonna do the last leg. Sorry, that's a show. Sorry, I've just had to run up and down the stairs. I'm quite out of it currently. This is a very odd, scene, I guess. There are 2 socks, some scissors, and a bowl of various dairy products. This would suck if I was lactose intolerant. Don't you worry, I can add the coffee into the mix as well. There we go. I want people to look at this and question what the fuck is going on. That's all I want in life. Just for people to look at me and go, what the fuck has happened here? I want people to not have the foggiest fucking clue about what's happening ever in my vicinity. There's that over there. Okay, we're on to the last leg. Okay. Yes. Put a song to the sky, flutter around and I can fly, and I'll sing along, and then I'll sing along, and then I'll sing along. Normally I have that playlist going, not wibbly, but it was going wibbly today. That's why it, next song in that playlist is by James Marriott. Good song. I'm slowly learning it on guitar. Oh, very slowly, in fact. Sorry, I'm holding it away from you again. We're just doing a run and stitch. It's not that interesting. It's not the most interesting of things, but here we are. We're 2 hours into the Sockosaurus. Probably a little less than 2 hours we're actually working on the Sockosaurus, right? I would assume, anyway. Because, we waited a little bit at the start. Or I waited a little bit at the start. You had no fucking input on it. God, school starts back on Thursday. I dread it. I dread it with my entire being. I get to meet up with some people that I haven't seen in quite a while, since July, on tomorrow. On tomorrow. There's also a reunion for the thing I went to a couple of years back tomorrow that I cannot go to, and I'm very sad. But also, on the morrow, yes. Yes, on the morrow. Oh, also, I might be getting the lantern fixed tomorrow. Or I might be... We're going somewhere that we're pretty sure will fix it. Which is nice, but I do have to get up early, because it's only open from 9:30 to 1. For some fucking reason. That is quite a weird time. But, I mean, I guess I respect it. Like, that's fair enough. And I sit along, and then I sing along. And around me, sweet life, looking up my flashlight, getting me through the night. Fixed up my heart when you shot it in my eyes, and light, the sweet light, stuck in the dark beyond the flashlight, getting me through the night. I watched Pitch Perfect 3 years ago, and it's still in my head. We're almost done with outlining the limbs, with, well, not even with sewing the limbs, because we need to cut them, and we need to open one of the arms. Okay. We shall stop this one here. Sorry, don't know if you could see that. I'm still, like, I'm aware that I move it a lot, but I'm probably not gonna change that either. Like, I'm going to continue to... Are you following a tutorial? I'm vaguely following a tutorial. Like, there is a step-by-step thing. But I feel like it's too long. So I'm more so following what the picture looks like. I'll show you the picture. This is what the picture looks like. So there's the tail. Yeah, isn't it snazzy? Got teeth. Got so many fucking teeth. Enjoy the rustling of the paper bag. Dragon. It doesn't have wings. Doesn't have wings, unfortunately. All dragons don't have to have wings, do they? Because I know wyverns don't have, like, anything. Really. Wyverns have wings but no legs. Dragons don't have to have. Give me a second. All types of dragon. Yes. Oh, it would be a lung dragon or a drake. I think it would be a drake more so because it's not long. It's very much structured, right? It's got a really long face, but it's very also clearly got. Oh, maybe it would be a lung dragon, just kind of. No, because it's sat down. It's really just a face and a neck. I don't know. The dragon, wyvern, drake distinction is very modern. Fair enough. Because we've started being like, dragon, more. I need fine fabrics. I know I have some in my room, I just don't know where in my. I don't know where my glasses are either. So I guess we shall not put them upon my face. I have a craft knife, but I don't really want to use the craft knife. You know? For me, if it's a fantasy lizard, it might as well be a dragon. Fair enough. Fair enough. Didn't read that before your dragon. Okay. I'm gonna place you on my chair while I shout at you from across the room as I try to find these scissors, okay? Okay. Are you okay with that? You fucking better be. I'm gonna periodically and louder, but just so that you know that I'm still alive in case other one. I'm really good at making that noise. And only that noise. Here, have an E. E. Oh, my ice cream is melting. Where is this? They were like here, but they were very long. You know, they were extremely long pair of scissors. What's that in this bag? I misspelt E. How did you manage that? How genuinely, Idris, do you need like help? How do you misspell a single letter? It's also right there. How do you I'm really turning into my English teacher. How did you misspell it? It's on the page in front of you. Is it on the floor? Should I put it on the floor, maybe? It's down my highway, shining in my eyes. Can't lie, arguing double on my flashlight. I found some scissors. Better than none. It's better than none. I'm back. Enjoy E, just in the corner. You better still be kind of sharp at least. What the fuck are you covered in? Oh, it's clay. Okay. Okay, that's normal. That's normal. I say we... Ooh. Hell yeah. Is it very efficient? No. But it's kind of working. So that's fine. This is A-okay. God, I might as well be cutting them with the nail scissors, right? No, I might not as well be cutting them with the nail scissors. I was like, surely the nail scissors can't actually be that bad. They can be that bad. They are that bad. They are that genuinely horrific. We'll be here for a while. Oh, I did that number drop. By that much, that's actually quite frightening. Yeah, just sit there while I... We'll get there. I think we'll spend more time cutting these out than we will doing literally anything else. That's probably a lie. It's actually going quite okay. Hell yeah. Boom. We've got an arm. I think I cut through the thread. It's fine. Okay. Okay. So we'll have to resew that. It's fine. We just got a little too close. This is A-okay. This is going wonderfully. Ooh. Speed. I am speed. I am speed incarnate. Oh. Oh. Oh, those get very close. Ooh, those get very close. Oh no. Oh. Oh shit. And on the purple. Of course it's on the purple. What else would it be on? Real? Oh shit. Oh sh. Ah shite. Okay. This is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. This is going perfectly fine. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's going great. Going great. Definitely. Okay. Okay. I will be singing this song forever. We're just gonna detach them, really. Oh shit. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. It's allowed to have holes in it. It's a sock. Also, literally carving holes out of it, carving chunks out of it. Fine. This is perfectly a-okay. This is invigorating content, I must say. I did think this would go a little faster. Just in general, you know? Like, somehow this has made my back ache more than literally anything else. I am vigorated. I'm very vigorated. Oh, Nazi. Hell yeah. Glad you're very vigorated, King. My ephemeral monarch. What does ephemeral mean? E-M-E-H. No, there isn't. F-M-E-R-A-L. What does it mean? Lasting for a very short time. Okay. Not ephemeral. Not that. Ooh. Did you call me short? I said you would. I didn't call you short. I just said that you were going to basically I said that your rule would not be for a very long time. Didn't call you short. I said you wouldn't stay in power. I think it would have been better if I called you short. Yeah, ephemeral, lasting for a very short time. Oh no, that needs resewn. Ephemerality is the concept of things being transitory, existing only briefly. Academically, the term ephemeral constitutionally describes a diverse assortment of things and experiences, from digital media to types of streams. There is no single definition of ephemerality. My last act is to abolish the monarchy or first. I mean, fair enough. What if I really want a monarch, though? I feel like being a monarch would just be kind of cool. Like, I feel like the British monarchy, they've really lucked out, right? Because they have to do jack shit. Like, what does Queen Elizabeth have to do? Virtually nothing in her later years. Like, what? She gave a couple speeches. Like, wow. You go, King. Like, legitimately, Prince Philip has already lost the crown jewels. Like, how do you manage that? You've been crowned for what? I'm not even sure if his coronation's happened yet. I don't think he even has been crowned. I need to eat this. So yeah, it's like, damn. They have to do fucking nothing. And get money. Isn't that what being a just chatting streamer is? Wait a goddamn second. Wait a goddamn second. Guys, I figured something out. Guys, I figured something out. The just chatting streamers want to be monarchs. That would be refreshing. The best being the next Queen of the Netherlands and be gay? Hell yeah. That would be fantastic. I'm gonna have to resell this one. Because I didn't leave a single opening on it. That's pretty sad. Really, we just have to unpick the bottom. I feel like we do need a gay monarch at some point. Like literally. Not just like going around getting called king and queen and monarch. Just you know, an open, let's phrase it this way, an openly queer royal would be cool. Because then it would be like, oh, look at that. We exist more than just in the common folk. Just listening to my sister fucking rage valor. Oh fuck! Okay. Give me the needle. Through the night, kickstart my heart when you shine it in my eyes. I can't lie, the sweet life. I'm gonna pull my chair closer. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm just existing. I'm just chilling. Oh yeah, fun fact, Sherlock Holmes is now fully in the public domain. The books. So that's... I'm expecting to suddenly see a lot more... Yeah, no... I'm not even gonna say... I'm just gonna say... I'm happy for the new couple. You know? Because suddenly it's not just in fan fiction on like AO3 and Wattpad. Suddenly it's you can write about this and get your book published. Suddenly you can get money for this. You can finally legally write Sherlock fanfiction. I know. So yeah, I'm really happy for the new couple. I don't want to be invited to the wedding. Just because I feel like some people are gonna try throw weddings. And it's gonna be kind of disturbing. As it always is. As weddings always are. Oh, I got a tripod for Christmas. It is genuinely when you make it as long as it can be, it is almost my height. Which is fucking impressive. I now have technically it's not my camera, but I have a camera. It's pretty sweet. So that's fun. That's very fun. And then I try the knot. But yeah, one of my friends watched Enola Holmes, the movie, and was like, "Hi, so you you like Sherlock, right?" And I was kind of just like, I mean, I guess. And their response to that was, okay, good, because I just watched Enola Holmes movie and I want to know more about the Sherlock lore. I'm like, okay, you could read the books, but okay. I had to go to my mum because I don't actually know that much about Sherlock. Not really. Not really. Okay, so there's our second limb being folded out actually. We have to sew this bit together. Okay. Um, it, it's fine. It's totally fine. I'll stand to the side while you shine. No, I found out that the people that I know are even more interconnected than previously thought because um two of my friends apparently know my brother's girlfriend's younger sister. So that's a thing. Um I don't really know how this is happening at this point. Not really, just kind of everybody seems to know literally everybody. It's really weird. It's just genuinely just strangers on the street. How are we doing this? Um yes, we can that and kind of just unpick it. Why? We're gonna have to fucking lock it on the other side as well, but it's fine. I guess. I guess it's fine. Sorry, you can't see. I don't. Do you really care if you can see it? Mm. Like, it's just me unpicking part of a sock, really. Boom. No, you can tell that I've just been kind of bored recently because the other day I genuinely watched an hour and a half of a deep dive into the fucking Dream SMP fandom and like the main problem with or not even the main problem but the main part in that it's really weird from other fandoms because other fandoms when it's like oh there are like um multiple like different creators in the same thing, like they used Hermitcraft as an example. It's not such a huge fucking overlap of it's not everybody's fan base being addressed as one because like a lot of the time it'll be like oh this Dream stands when I'm pretty sure they did a survey and most people did not watch Dream. But it's like them. Mainly, like, evidently they didn't watch him on the Dream SMP because he didn't stream it. But a lot of people just also just didn't watch him as a content creator, like me being one of them. And I'm not gonna. Well, Dream is never live. That too. Another one of the things is that, like, no offense to the man. No, actually, a little bit of offense to the man. Like, a lot of the problem, a lot of the loudest problems, like it's not just from Dream's bit of the fandom, from his fans, but quite a few of them are. The ones that everybody else gets blamed for tend to come from Dream's fans, right? That's just saying. It's not all of them. It's nowhere near all of them. But it's the loudest ones. Just like, yeah. Oh, we still have to tell this one. Okay. Where'd the fucking... Where'd the needle go? So I think Dream is like green in that respect. Oh. I wish we used to continue on this. I wish to. Because yeah, no, I would say that Green's fans are also the loudest. Probably. Other than maybe Mumbo, but Mumbo's fans are also just often Green's fan get blamed for hermits being harassed. Yeah. To be fair, I don't even think it's necessarily... I'm not really in... Like, I watch Hermitcraft, I don't really interact in the fan base. I've fucking learnt my lesson. Over the years, I'm just like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe, like, fan art, sure, hell yeah. Actually, talking to people, fuck no. But yeah, it's like, Mumbo's fans are just kind of like, I miss Mumbo Jumbo. That's kind of all they say. Let's be honest here. that's it from them. But yeah, no. I think it's also because he's... Out of the recent people that have been added, I think he's the largest of them. It's like Gem and Pearl have been added since. But because people are like, oh, before Greens fans got here, the fandom was fine, except pretty sure Cleo got bullied off a Tumblr, which, you know, fine. But yeah, oh. Yeah, they did a whole thing on it. Pretty impressive. But yeah, I also think one of the things that I am gonna blame Dream for, right? One, I'm almost certain, I'm not completely certain, but I'm almost certain that he purposefully is like, he purposely gets a little parasocial. He like encourages fans to be a little bit parasocial. I think that's a problem, number one. And two, a lot of people have pointed this out. He is out of... There are a ton of people that have really big fan bases that are like decent at getting them to stop doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Dream doesn't do that. Like, his fans will go harass somebody and he won't comment on it 50% of the time. Like, he'll... You know the whole thing about him being like... People being like, oh, he's a groomer. He's a nonce. It's like... In that situation... If... I found the way Dream treated his face reveal, actually... It was so fucking weird! That was really weird. He also, like... I feel vaguely sorry for him in that regard, because... Like... I watched the live chat afterwards. It was half... I want some of that. The other half was like... That is a pile of dog shit. But yeah, it's like the way he went about it was just it was just odd. The way he was, I don't know. I don't even know what I find odd about it. I just know that something about it was weird. Like he just wanted as much attention as possible, didn't care it was positive. Fair, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it did work. It did. He got all the bad attention. But yeah, it's like um, I don't know. It's just yeah, because of the accusations about him being a nonce, right? Um, he's just kind of and like the whole oh I'm taking him to court over it. I can get why you wouldn't really like you'd kind of just let your fans do their thing, but I can get why you'd want to do that, but you can't do that. You can't just let them go and harass these people on the internet, even if they're lying. It's not something you can just do. Like, what the fuck? Like, these people that, gonna be honest, some of them are pretty fucking convincing. Some of them are pretty like, yeah, you sure are sitting. Hey, Mister, many million subscribers and followers and lots of money. You're saying a whole lot of nothing on their situation, and those people are saying a lot. And I'm pretty. God, it's. And like, even before this, it was kind of just like, he just let his fans just run wild. And you can't really do that when you've got a fan base of that size, you know? It's just not something that you can do because somebody's going to get hurt and you're going to get blamed for it, right? But you can't do that because it will reflect badly on you. But nobody cares because as soon as it gets mentioned, it gets struck or fucking wiped under the fucking rug. Swept under the rug. Yeah, it's just like damn. Look at all these other people, for example. Like, like for example, Ludwig. Definitely not. Definitely fan base not without problems, but with a whole lot less fucking problems, as far as I'm aware. Oh, you don't tend to. I'm just assuming that from how little I've seen of them causing problems. Mr. Beast. Sometimes they're like, oh, where did that person get money? But they're never actively hunting people down. Like, my guy, this is a problem, fix it. You like the little hand? Little hand? I don't like, yeah, I don't, yeah. Like, fucking Tommy, of vaguely similar size, still gets out of hand sometimes. Not nearly as loudly, not nearly as often. Oh fuck. My phone. Oh damn, it's on 20%. I thought my phone was breaking. Like, goddamn. He seems to, yeah, he's like, he'll do a thing that'll, like, get him a lot of attention, whether it's good or bad, and then I'll just say nothing. And because his fans are like, because he's like almost cultivated a parasocial relationship with his fans, he'll be able to say, "Oh, I love you" on his private Twitter, and it'll be like, "Oh, this isn't a problem anymore. Oh, suddenly this isn't an issue." Like, I'm pretty sure somebody made a fucking graph or something. I don't remember. They, like, did a whole thing on it that was like, whenever Dream getting into a scandal, Dream's fans doing something but not much, Dream saying "I love you, just wanted to let you guys know I love you" on his private Twitter, Dream's fans fucking going at the person, and was like, "Oh, you're the problem." I mean, genuinely, he's got it down to a fucking science. This is pretty fucking scary. Should I be talking about this? It's kind of like, you know how people treat Mormons from like the outside? They're like, "Oh, that's a cult." It's kind of, you know, it's. I'm not saying anything. I'm insinuating something, though. I am insinuating something. Just, that's a little. Okay, take time. Yeah. Phantoms are just weird. Weird. How do people deal with that shit? A cult of followers. Bubbles is the best way for a streamer to make money on the platform. Yeah. It happens a lot. Yeah, but generally not that loudly, you know? It's what? It's fucking cult of personality. I think is the word. I am fairly certain the word. Yeah, no. Don't know. How would you have a classic in-group, out-group dynamic special identifiers for people who are in? Yeah. Got it. I never want emotes. Fuck that. Bro. No. Good. They're like follower emotes now as well for some people, right? Like, recognizable phrases. Thank you for advising me on how to never become a cult. I think at least 50% of the people that tend to stop in every now and then are smart enough to not be part of a cult. I'm not saying over 50% because I don't really know any of you. But some of you seem kind of. The difference is that streamers do not discourage contact with friends and family. Yeah. They're like, give us all your money and then talk to your family and get their money as well. And that's in less words. Oh. God, isn't that what alerts are for? Are alerts to like be like, ooh, oh my fucking god, it is, isn't it? Fucking, ooh, if you do something for me, your name will show up on the screen. Woo! Oh my fucking god. It is. Sub Discord? That's fucking ridiculous. I don't. How do you even, like, monitor a sub Discord? How do you. Because, like, how do you confirm if somebody's, like, still subscribed? Or was ever really subscribed? Like, do you email them all accordingly? Like, how do you. I don't want to know. Just know, if I ever try to scam you guys, I'm gonna scam you up front. There's integration from Twitch to Discord. Ew. Disgusting. I get it though, kind of. It's like, ooh, you want money. Like, to be fair, I can get it for the people where this is like their full-time job. As long as they make it, they're like, not like, ooh, yes, we're besties. As long as then I can like kind of be like, okay, you want to encourage the money because it's what's paying your rent. For the people that it isn't their full-time job, I'm like, you know. Fuck that though. No. Just know, if you can take nothing else away, I'll never have a sub Discord because that sounds like too much fucking work. It's like too much fucking work. God, I barely know how the current Discord's supposed to work. I don't know. There are rules. Some people follow them when they feel like it. Other people get banned. I don't know. I have a very weird thing about the Discord because it's like that feels like something that people with like couple hundred like followers do, not somebody with 149. It just feels. I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel like. Like there aren't bars that you have to pass, but sometimes it feels like there are bars. Sometimes there literally are bars that you have to pass. I've also somebody actually like because I'm not reading through the fucking Twitch things. Somebody actually went through the whole thing about the 70/30. So up until I think June of this year of 2023, the 70/30 is still technically plausible, right? You'd have to push for it a lot. You'd probably have to have like a couple 100,000 like concurrent subscribers for like a month and a half. But it is technically plausible, right? But only up to I think $100,000, which what's the 70? It's the split of like of the money that you get for subs and bits. I think it's just subs, but it might also be bits and donations. But they decreased it from most all partners got a 70/30 split, 70 to the streamer, 30 to Twitch. They I think recently decreased it so that they were saying that everybody except for the people that already had it were going to have a 50/50 split. Obviously people got a little pissed because like there was already quite a high bar of entry for it, but now it's even higher and there's also like a time limit on it. 20 for Twitch, 30 for... God, if it was 70 for Twitch, 30 for the creator, a lot more people would have been pissed. I'll tell you that right now. People would have been pissed a long time ago. But yeah, and they're saying that it's like, oh, you can... They've rehashed it to where you can... It's still plausible up until, I think, June 2023 as of now. But only up to 100,000 US dollars, which it's only going to the people that make a lot of money, right? It's only going to the likes of fucking Mizkif and Hassan and Amaranth and people kind of in and around there. They're gonna be making more than $100,000. Like I would, yeah. It's like, just like. They Twitch really wants its money. Really wants its money. But we're almost finished stuffing all of the limbs. Oh fuck, was I supposed to attach the... Uses nostrils? God. But yeah, it's fun. I still don't know how to do taxes. I don't do taxes. Like, well, no. I'd need a signature from a parent or guardian. And I'm not getting one of those. Aren't you taking accounting? They don't teach you about taxes. They teach you to do P&Ls and club accounts and other shit like that. They don't teach you how to do self-assessment tax. For some fucking reason. He just woke up. Hi, cicada. Wait, fucking, isn't it like... Aren't you like 6 hours behind me? It is 9 PM. Are you okay? I'm doing some crafting. Yeah, you'd think that in accounting, maybe just maybe, they'd teach you how to do some basic fucking taxes. You know, nobody ever... Like, it's... Like, it's gotten to the point where my only hope is my friends' parents who do self-assessment tax. Like, I've got... Apparently there's... Several of my friends have apparently mentioned the fact that I want to learn how to do self-assessment tax to their parents, and their parents have been like, oh yeah, I'll do it, sure. Dude, what the fuck? What is the fuck? How are you doing, Cicada? Not hella Nightbot. It's almost been 3 hours, please. It is now 10 p.m. Wait, did you wake up at 4 in the evening? I mean, like, fair, but you doing okay there? You doing okay? Um, I'm gonna take that as a no. I'm gonna take that as a no, you're not doing okay, actually. I'm just gonna assume briefly that it's a no. Yeah, we're doing a Socosaurus. making a dinosaur slash dragon thing with a squeaker. Oh, it's fun like that. We're top notch here. We only have the highest quality goods. The squeaker. Hell yeah. But you know, I've actively asked my accounting teacher about it, and she's just said, no, we don't do that. And I'm very sad. Very, very sad. Like, why won't you teach me self-assessment tax? Why not? And why ever not? Won't you teach me this? Please, please, I just want to know. That's the only reason I took your class. Please. Por favor, mentor. Oh fuck, no, that's Moshe the Halle. I think it should be on Google, right? You okay? I I have looked it up before. There are several documents, but all of those are written in like fancy lawyer speak. Um, and you had to specify in Ireland because why would it be easier than that? And sure, there's revenue, which is it's okay, but it's not great, right? And so I went to the videos, and there were only actually there's only actually like one from this year, from last year, that tells you how to do it. There's one from 2018. There's a lot of who 2018 or there's a oh my god, there are two guides from 2018. It's like technically yes, it's on Google, but it is not one of the more accessible things on Google. I'll get there eventually, probably, but I'll learn how to do taxes at some point, I promise. I'm Neil Scomalach Gamo. Paul Scomalach Greece. Paul Todd. Páisiad ag bás mar tá scomalach sa spéir. An chonig mé the scomalach called I don't know what look or fluffy would be, or soft. It's a sad day. My Irish education has once again failed me. Once again failed me. Oh my god, I sewed it together. Look at this bullshit. Look at this. I sewed it together while it was flat. How the fuck has this happened? This is an atrocity. How fucking dare they? How fucking dare they? A shoddy sock. A shoddy one. Looks more like a horn than anything. Or that thing from Nightmare Before Christmas. Boom. Okay. No, it's gonna go like about there. Or it could go there. Or it could go there. But I'm assuming it's gonna go about there. We're first gonna just make it so it sits, you know? Next we're going to attach the feet. We're going to attach the feet. The legs, one may say. The legs. It's gonna look a lot more like a dog than a... Where has the sewing needle gone? Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck is in the air. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh 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 fuck. Oh fuck the tires. Oh fuck the fuck. There's another. What the fuck is this? Okay, we're gonna remove that. Gonna pop that over there. Ah, found it. We're going to remove the current thread because I doubt that will be enough. Oh god, I'm gonna have to... I can make a tiny fucking cloud with this. A tiny fucking cloud. Where's the thread gone? Where did I put the thread? It's fine, we'll just use blue. It's fine. It's okay, I guess. It'll just be inconsistent. Threading the needle. Not going well. My back is killing me. My eyes are not. That's probably because I'm not playing a game. Full brightness in a dark room. That probably does help, you know? Probably. Probably. I would assume, anyway. We'll attach it about there. We're going to attach it with a whip stitch. We're going to have a good time. Are we having a nice time? I've realised on my account on TikTok, it has decided to start recommending just an abundance of Valorant TikToks. Which is like, how do you tell TikTok that you don't play Valorant and you have really not that much interest in Valorant? Not nearly enough interest in Valorant to warrant this many TikToks about it. Like, most of them, like 3 out of 5, will be Valorant TikToks. Just stop using TikTok. It's like, damn, some of them are funny, but some of them are just plain out, like, a crime. Some of them are just crimes, literally. What are you making anyway? A Hydro Flask Borber? We're making a Sockosaurus. It's a sock, either dragon or T-Rex. Dragon or dinosaur. And it's basically gonna be a dog toy. It's basically gonna be a dog toy. It's got a squeaker in it. Hell yeah. Is that? Oh, I figured something out. I've figured something out. That is concerning. It's not picking up the headset. Why have none of you complained? This is going. This is through the fucking camera. I don't know how to fix this. You do sound more low. Oh, thanks. You do sound more lo-fi. Okay, it's obviously registering it as. Properties. You not. Okay. Okay. It's fine. Ooh. Oh. Add input. And okay, so that didn't help. We're going to remove that. Okay, how do I fix this? And the camera's frozen now as well. Okay. Right. So I figured it out. Now I just need to fix the camera without it. No, I haven't figured it out. I'm a liar. Fuck. Oh. Hell yeah. Something changed? Yes. Now it's fucking better be working. Give me a second. Yes, okay. Now going through the headset. Something changed again? Oh. Okay. I'm now going to... A squeaky hydrophone. Ah, yes. I'm now going to try plug the camera back in and hope that nothing changes thereafter. Oh wait, can I somehow force it to always, properties... I want all of your properties. Wanted the microphone properties. Oh, that one. Okay. Okay. Let me plug that back in. And we hope that nothing changes. Okay. Now we go to camera and we go to properties. Then we swap it. There we go. Hello. You can see my light. Isn't that snazzy? Hell yeah. It squeaks. There we go. Okay. Hi. God, it has been 3... How did you not come... Okay, it's fine. Oh, no. But yeah, it can't be a Hydro Flask warmer because it's been stuffed, actually. Yeah, it's basically gonna be a dog toy. Summoned everybody.
Have could they heard of this body? This cumbersome and heavy body.
Don't know who I'm mocking there, but it sure is somebody. Good to know that if I ever need to sound more lo-fi, I can just turn on the camera microphone, though. If I ever need to do ASMR. Okay. And Pride knee highs. They used to be. They were at one point, probably. Not, they wouldn't have gone up to my knees. But close enough, you know? Same meaning, right? Boom. We're not gonna double the other one. It. Grab more thread. I found the purple thread. With their fancy Go XLRs have to simulate lo-fi artificially. You have a separate mic just for that. I know, right? I mean, God, they've really got to get on my level. I'm just so much... My production quality is just so much higher, isn't it? So much more expensive. They have auto-tune. I have 4 different microphones on my vocal cords.
Hello, how are you today? I am doing quite well. What do you want? This is getting concerning. Why do you want anything from me? Dividing 0 by 0 is like giving 0 cookies to 0 friends.
I just have fun vocal cords and 4 different microphones. I mean, who doesn't want that in the long run? My sibling is screaming across the house, literally. Not in like anger or anything, just what is a GoXLR? It's a little it's a thing. It's a thing. It's not a new shape. It is a shape. But not a new shape. It's a little thing, right? It's a little thing that you use to like adjust volumes and like how you sound and how other things sound. The new thing after the polytope. Yes, the polytope. It's basically an audio mixer, but small. It's got 1 foot. I feel like his face is just too long. Let me just do something real quick. Yeah. We've made it a little more necky. I don't want it to go around necking anybody, but alas. Okay, let me do first stitch. Voila. Yeah. What other conversation topics do I have? Not many, let's be honest. We're back onto the thing again of reasonably by now, I should have been able to either make up stories on the spot or just kind of waffle to my heart's content, you know? And yet still, here now, in the year of our Lord and Savior 2023, I'm still unable of doing so. God, it's almost been 2 years. It's 2 years at the end of April. It is it is 4 months until it's been 2 years. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah. 5, I guess. That is not a long time. God damn. Sorry, I'm just going through all my life decisions one out. Sorry for actually beating the shit out of you there. Just going through my life decisions one by one, just in my head. It's like, how have I gotten here? Sewing up the crotch of a sock on the internet. I should talk about this in my Irish oral. What? Fucking Janum, like Poppet Socky? Sen Iderlin, then Kupla Dini, sen Satir Ella. I think that sums it up pretty well. I don't actually know what sock puppet is though, so yeah, I had to improvise there. That would technically be I'm making, so that would be accurate for now. This thing looks like it's able to stand up by itself. I don't think it's going to be able to do that. Maybe the tail? Let's put a little bit more stuffing in the tail, huh? Why don't we? Why don't we? Why don't we? We're not gonna do the fancy thing with this. I don't want to do it anymore. My hands are tired. It is the second day of 2023, and here I am at 10 p.m. At almost 10:30 in the evening, doing this. God damn. I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high, I'm believing. A little bit more, I do believe. Yeah, that'll probably be grand. So, probably. But I think, yeah, I think more so this will be better. I think this way will be better, you know? It might not be prettier, because there'll be fucking raw seams right there, but alas. There is a fucking day, isn't it? I thought maybe she was playing in Phasmophobia from all the screaming, but she just said, I want to smoke it, so I'm assuming it's not Phasmophobia. I'm gonna take a guess and say that it isn't Phasmophobia. Unless she was talking about, like, the ghost, but once again, it's like, the chances of that. Never zero. Pretty low, though. Never, never zero. Go backstep. Fine. We'll just survive. Da, 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 da. We'll do it now. We'll start. That'll be good enough. Half of it will be backstitched on, especially if it's for the dog. Probably should have backstitched it earlier. It's grand. We'll survive. There we go. There was a tub on my floor. Therefore, I couldn't get any closer to the desk. Here I am now. Once again, I'm feeling lost, but now and then I breathe it in to let it go. And I don't know where you are now, what it will come to if only somebody was here. When you figure out how you're lost in the moment you disappear. You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action. I think this is genuinely the happiest she's sounded playing Valorant. She's normally very, very angry at the other players. A lot of, why did you die? And oh my god. But this sounds like genuinely kind of joyful. A little happy, one may say. We're getting there. Getting there. Okay, now it does not sound so happy. What is wrong with you people? Oh my god. This is one of the most entertaining things that happens in my house. Just every now and then you'll be having a conversation downstairs when they're playing with like Valorant, and it'll be like almost like they're partaking in the conversation. Just because you'll just hear them shouting, and it'll just like match up weirdly well. Be like, I see you agree. Or do you disagree? Like, okay, now it's very much not happy. I lied to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just flat out fucking lied. It's not. Oh, I put that on a wrong angle. It's grand. Just be a kind of droopy thing. It'll just be going forwards instead of backwards. This is fine. This is perfectly okay. Okay, the arms next. Okay, where did the needle go? I keep on doing that. Sorry, I just needed to stab you. I feel like I don't know where I got that like where is there is thing from. Maybe that's another original from me. That's pretty impressive. Normally there aren't many original phrases from me. Because yeah, I steal a lot of the phrases that I repeat over and over again. I've heard somebody else say them a lot. They'll be like, "Ooh, ooh, nice. Ooh, I want." And then it'll just like be my phrase, you know. I'll just steal it from them. If I get an original thought, I write it down immediately. Fair enough. I understand that. I would too if I got more than one a year. Uh-huh. I wish I got more original thoughts. There's just a lot of fucking bullshit in my head. Like, I don't know. I did a fun fact about me as a human being. Not really me as a human being, just about something that I did in fucking second year. We have to do CBAs, classroom-based assessments. In the junior cycle, and for my second year science CBA, I did, and I was very proud of it. I did I think 2,000 word essay on megastructures, like space megastructures. That's why I know so much about Dyson spheres. And one of the things was like ooh, nice. It was very fun. I enjoyed it. And it like went really into details, spheres and swarms, yeah, and like slingshots. I don't remember what they're called anymore, like planetary slingshots or something. And ring worlds. I think I also went into slightly, and something else, but I don't remember it. Um, and I got fucking 50%. I'm just like, fucking damn, I met your fucking criteria, and I wrote probably one of the best things in this classroom because nobody else in that class liked science. I liked science. And then I didn't because of this fucking bitch. Space elevators? Yeah. Yes. Yes, I think so anyway. I'm almost certain. But yeah, it was like really fun. And then I like get the fucking thing back, and it's like, oh, you did really shit. I'm just downtrodden. Sorry for bumping you there. Didn't mean to. Boom. It's got 4 of its 5 limbs on. And now for the last. I think I like this limb the least. Because it's like, ah shit. I did not tie a knot in that. I just didn't. I think the other limb was higher. No, okay. Exactly. Hell yeah. You're making a squeaky turtle? Not exactly. But close enough, I guess. Turtles are also hella old. And I don't believe in them. I feel like, no, genuinely, I feel like giraffe, what's more believable? A horse with a cone on its head. A fucking slim rhinoceros. Or a leopard cheetah thing that's got a neck 7 times the length of its body. And fucking antlers. Oh, I put them on wonky, it's fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. The zebra. I mean, kind of, but it's not on all. I'm not sure if you've noticed. If it was on all fours, it would have quite the issue. Cute. It is adorable. Look at it. Look at it with its giant fucking tail. I feel like that says something about it. I feel like I need to sew the feet up a little bit so they lay flat. Paint me like one of your French dinosaurs. Okay, you can go there. That's fine. Now we go on to the the spikes. What? Multiple spikes? Yeah, okay. There's spikes on the tail and there's spikes on the back of the head, kind of. Yeah. Get an afro. So we're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna go for it. He was a skater boy, she said see you later boy, 'cause he wasn't good enough for her. Da 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 da. I don't know the song. Hmm. Oh, oh, it's a banana. That's from the Lion King. Is it? I think it's from the Lion King. 70% sure it's from the Lion King. Which, to be fair, isn't a very high percent. Not the highest percent. Will admit. There we go. We have our very wonky. What's reverse skydiving? Bungee jumping, I guess. Because you're kind of going down then up. Shit. Okay. Okay. okay, I believe you. Jump in the lane, rock your body on team. Oh. Not really bungee jumping though, or splunking, like cave exploring. If you're just talking about like, yes, that could be the opposite. Yeah, I feel like this should have been sewn like, I don't know, into the seam. Earth diving. These are the things that keep me up at night. Yeah, I think it would be splunking. Because that is basically going into caves. And surely it would be earth rising. So it would be like coming out of the earth. So like when splunking ends, I guess. After we get away from the curves of the tail, we can probably spread out the stitches a little more, but because we are currently at the curve of the tail, we cannot spread out the stitches a little more. And go away. You know, my ice cream soup has quite literally become a soup. I've left it far too long, but it is fine. This is fine. I'm not gonna show it to you because I'm gonna be honest, does not look okay. But I shall continue to consume it. I do need to figure out when my dentist appointment is. That's an important thing to know. We're almost past the first spike. Hell yeah. Mm. Again, I'm not sure I enjoy sewing the spikes on. They're not the most enjoyable of things, I will not lie. Will not lie. But if you ask me where I'm staying tonight, I gotta be like, oh baby, no baby, you got me all wrong. My baby's already got all of my love. Fucking depth for Fuck it, I'm just going back to how I was doing it. This is genuinely painful. Oh, was I? There we go. There we fucking go. I do not care if it's sideways. That doesn't fucking matter. Why would that matter? It's efficiency. Shit. Sorry for hitting you again. Don't mean to. I fucking hate rethreading needles. It is a pain. Sometimes literally because you stab yourself on accident. God, rethreading fucking sewing machines is even worse. One point my grandma was like, here, have a sewing machine. I don't need it anymore. And didn't tell us how to thread it. We had to try and figure out what fucking model it was. It was ooh, it was an experience, that's ooh. It was an experience, that's for sure. That's for certain. Ooh. Oh, my phone is on 71%. That's actually pretty impressive. It's normally very slow at charging. How long has it been? It has been 47 minutes. It has been. Ooh, that explains it. That explains it. I thought it had been like 20. Nope. It has been over double that. Are you enjoying the sewing that you can't see? Not properly, anyway. Just don't have many stories. We're officially off the tail! Woo! Means I don't have to try and fix the seam. Or affix it to a seam. Hell yeah! They do have to get smaller now, but that's fine. We're almost at the end. Woo! Woo! Of this one, we still have 3 more to go. I just have to do the same thing vaguely backwards so that at least part of it sticks up. Woo! Only mildly infuriating. It probably won't come undone. If it comes undone, I'll just cry. That's probably true. That's good enough. We probably don't have to go. We probably don't have to tie a knot there because I went back over it, kind of. That is in no way, shape, or form straight. Oh my god. It's fine. It's just a little curvy. It's just a tad curvy. It's just looking in a different direction, as long as you don't look at the back of it, which looks like that. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. Let's attach the eyes. Let's attach some eyeballs. Will they last long? Probably not. But hey, they're more exciting than just doing more teeth. Or more spikes. God, anything's better than doing more spikes. I might just not do the rest of the spikes. It's just got scoliosis. Is that what the wibbly spine thing is? Is it? I think it is. Yep, okay, hell yeah. It's just got scoliosis. Just, yeah, that's all it is. Little bit of a wibble, that's all. And give me a second. Boom. There we go. There we fucking go. 1 eyeball out of 2. There you go. 1 eye, and now we attach the second one. In at least vaguely the same place. At least vaguely the same place, you know? You've got to be at least kind of accurate with it. At least a little bit. Even if I've been none of that so far, doesn't matter. What if we go through the other one, huh? Huh? And there we go. Boom, 2 eyes attached. Bada bing, bada boom. This thing now has 2 eyeballs. And a hell of a lot of mouth. Let's face it, that's a lot of mouth. Yeah, okay. Cut out some teeth for it then. It's 3 teeth on each side. That seems kind of like a problem. But okay. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure everything is under control. Actually, we'll start in a little bit. We'll go back out. There we go. Now we just have to not fuck up. Now we just have to not fuck up. Easy, right? Wrong. Because it's... And I stab myself all the time. I'm kind of surprised I haven't started bleeding and gotten blood on this yet. That's something that I do tend to do. I was like, hell yeah, this is gonna be simple. We have to do fucking the other stitch again. It's still relatively okay. Still fine. Just less fine than I thought it would be. Less fine than I thought it would be. Kind of less fine than I thought it would be. Thought the teeth would be the easiest part. They kind of are. Going pretty swell. Pretty nice. It has almost been 4 hours. Ooh. We're doing a basting stitch basically. That's normally a temporary stitch, but it'll be fine because this bit shouldn't be getting too much action. It's basically a looser running stitch. We'll do a couple back stitches at the end. Just to really solidify it in there. Because I might not be good at sewing, but I know what I'm doing. At least a little bit. My grandmother taught me well. Ooh, that thing keeps on changing numbers. That's not scary at all. Oh my bones, boys. My bones. They're not doing too hot. Like, goddamn. Goddamn them bones. Why is most of the light coming from behind me? Oh, that's why. Okay. Because when I lean forward, it gets a lot darker, even though the most of the light's coming from over there. From that side of me, not above me. Okay, boom. There's one side of the fiend done. Yeah, that foot really does need. Okay, it's fine. We'll do that later. God. Boom. Boom. And then. A boom. Okay, you know what? We'll cut out the other pink one as well. Can we just do it from that bit? Yeah, we'll just do it from like here. And we'll make them slightly more like dramatic, I guess. We'll do one really big one in the middle. And then smaller one on either side. There we go. That will go like there-ish. There. Wait, do we have to match them up? Maybe. Wait. There. There we go. Yeah. Hell yeah. Mohawk time. Okay, and then the teeth can go there. Okay, we'll do the teeth and then the spikes on the back of the neck. And the top of the mouth, I guess. This is the first time I've actually sewed in a long time. Not in a long time, but in like quite a while. I don't know how to feel about that. One, like, hell yeah, sewing. Two, Hmm. Like, I don't really do much with my life, let's face it. I do quite a lot, I do quite a lot here, and I like that. Like, I would probably just be reading a book that I'd read about 3 times right now if I wasn't here. Which is, yeah, that's a thing. I reread books a lot. Quite often. Like, there are so many books that I have in my shelf that I need to read, or that I want to read, but I just never do. I just reread the ones that I've already read. Then a couple back stitches. Maybe just one. Maybe just, nah. Yeah, no, I'm not sure I can get another. I can do a whip stitch. Could theoretically do a little blanket. A little blanket stitch might be fun. Make it a little more secure. A tad. Tad. Ah. And we can tie it off. There. Boom. 2 sets of teeth have been done. There's officially a mouth. Boom. Boom. Anti-squeaks. Okay, and then fellow will be like there. Okay. 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 I believe you'll jump in the lane, rock your body on time. What? 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 Oh, make some more blood. It will forever be a thing that I do just say. Just part of my vocabulary now. Yay. That was almost a very bad moment. I almost created a slight knot. I do not want to create a knot that I cannot undo. Because those fucking suck. Oh, I'm so sorry. Once again, do not mean to beat the shit out of you on the regular. It just seems to happen. You're just so punchable, my dear. If you can't tell, I'm tired, and therefore have less of a filter than I normally do. My dear /P/ I don't know most of you. Oh, shit. Oh, the first blood, boys. We're just getting attacked. It's fine. Don't worry, I got instant karma. Don't worry, I drew first blood, but not on you, on myself. Not that bad. It's already stopped bleeding. Oh no, the TOS. What, of me attacking you or me bleeding? Because I think both of those are TOS. Fine, as long as none of the blood gets on, what's his name, Rich Allison? Where's Valk's previous messages? Rich Arlison, sorry, Rich Arlison. As long as no blood gets on Rich Arlison, then we're fine. That would be pretty sick, though. Being like, hi, I made this thing for the dog. Why the fuck is it covered in blood? It wouldn't actually be pretty sick, it would be pretty fucking concerning. Oh, we still have to fill out the identity card. Ah, shit, that's not It's fine, it doesn't need to be straight. Its creator isn't. It would be homophobic of me if I made it completely straight. Definitely. That's how that works. Really weird, because normally I can draw straight lines. I'm normally very good at drawing straight lines, but normally that's also on paper with a pencil, not on a curved surface with this fellow and a needle. I always forget how shit of a quality of this camera is. What? This is actually going pretty well. Sure, it's not pretty, but does he really have to be? Like, let's face it, he's got a comb-over mohawk. Doesn't have to be pretty. Already looks fucking sick. God, every now and then I'll just learn something new about. Sorry, this was very off topic. I'll learn something new about Streamlabs. Then I'll just be like, damn, y'all are shitheads. Like, I specifically avoided using Streamlabs. One, because the first time I used them, they in slobs, right, in Streamlabs OBS, the app uses so much, like, of the fucking stuff that your computer has just to, like, render in all the cool fancy user interface that makes it easier for the to be used. Genuinely, I think I had like 2 frames an hour. that was about the rate that it was going at. Ah, yeah, we need to go up the legs as well. Okay. Okay. Not many, just like 2 or 3 stitches. I'll be needing stitches. Da myself. Shaking, begging you to come help. I'm without your kisses. I'll be needing stitches. Needle and a thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle and a thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle and a thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle and a thread, gonna wind up dead. Um. Boom. One leg done. We're like 98% complete, I think. I'm pretty sure. Good. Good sticks and balls. Yeah. I've just unthreaded my needle. Give me a second. Give me a second, I need to get my story straight. Hey, this is going pretty well. I would say out of 10, Richarlison is at least a 9. This is peak human performance. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but it's the truth. Boop, boop. And then snippety snoppety. This is my property. Look at him. Look at this fantastic fellow. Look at this fantastic little fellow. I think we're done. I think so. Technically, it's supposed to have nostrils, but I think he looks better without nostrils. Well done. Hell yeah. We are. Where'd the little identity card go? Where did I put it? Fuck. We can't have him be unidentifiable. Okay, here we go. This is the identity card. I have pens. I have pens. That's a pen, but not a good enough pen. Here we go. Let's write in red as full name. Rich Arlison. Date of birth, it is the 2nd of the 1st, 2023. You can judge my handwriting. Not now, ha ha ha. Place of birth. The ether. If found, please return to me. Maybe it'll focus if it gets close enough. You can vaguely read it, I guess, as long as you're not insanely dyslexic. Fuck it, it's Richarlison Drep. Officially my last name now. It's not one name, it's 2 names. Add a drawing or photo. I'll add a photo later. Okay, so this is now my son. Not even my son, just my child. Just my entity. Now I need to get I have half an hour to paint. Okay. I need to get my bag of things. My bag. Okay. Now we get. Oh shit! Wait, give me a second. Un momento, por favor. I'm going to remove you, and then I'm going to place Place you beside Richarlison. I only have 2 acrylic paints in big bottles. Luckily, one is black, one is white, and I need grey. Where'd the other go?
Where did it go?
I was using it earlier. Where'd it go? That could be an issue. If I cannot find half of the material needed, half of the material direly necessary. I see this person tomorrow. I cannot show up empty-handed. I would look like a fool, a fraud even. Where? No, genuinely, where is it? Where did I put it? Maybe I don't know where my glasses are. I was gonna be like, oh, maybe I should put on my glasses. Maybe I should put on my glasses and check. No, because I don't know where those are now, do I? I don't. Haha. Haha, funny. Haha, funny. Where is it?
Where is it?
God, genuinely, where the fuck? Where the fuck did that go? Actually. Okay. Well, okay, this is the thing we're painting. We're painting it to look like, fucking, I don't remember its name. It's a internet cat. Where the fuck did this paint bottle go? Where the fuck did it go? I can beckon you to come home. I'll just be that noise that you think will continue to get deeper, and I actually will. You know, not like a liar. That's a tube. Enjoy this table. Enjoy it while it lasts. Where the fuck? Oh, I put it on my windowsill. Crisis averted. I put it on my windowsill. This is fine. I'm not stupid. What am I mixing? Back of this, sure, the back of this painting. This is a lovely painting. We're using the back of it to mix other paints on. I just wasted 2 of my 30 minutes. Boom, white. Then, it's pushing. Pushing. Yes. Okay. Light mostly, and then really dark stripes on its back. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to put that so in your face. I think for the first time in forever, I'll need to make this grey darker. I overestimated how much that would do. And I've paid the price. This black acrylic is very old, by the way. That's why it's such a bad color. Okay, I've now underestimated how much the black would do. This is the color of, I'd say, the stripes on the back. Not the entirety of the creature. Because Pushing looks like a cat, right? I don't think Pushing's actually a cat, though. I think that's a lie. Okay. I will in fact need another brush. That one's red, though. Sure. This one will do. It's much smaller. Much, much smaller. Go on. There we go. Okay, we'll start with that and we'll work our way up. You know, I think I may have put out too much white as well, but that's fine. It's grand. We'll paint something else grey as well. Oh, that is my battery running out. That is so much louder than I remember it ever being in the past. Let me just plug the laptop in. The laptop is currently very unstable, just like me. We're one and the same. Okay, so here we go. Oh fuck, we can't even do the back stripes right now, can we? It's fine, we'll do the base coat. We should have realistically done this first, then periodically come back to it as we were sewing together Richarlison, but it's okay. It's perfectly fine. There's not a problem. Ooh. Oh, you just cannot. Oh, Does it really help? No, because it's hella blurry. But it's perfectly fine. It was just a moment there was like where I was like, oh, they probably cannot see this, can they? You're just looking at the table still. You're just actually still watching the table. I'm sure, are the majority of you here for my fantastic painting skills? Probably not. Fuck, that was... God. There needs to be like a laser pointer on the camera to make sure that I know where it can and can't see at all times. Right? It's just, I just feel like it should be a thing that it comes equipped with for dumbasses like me. Or yeah. Just for ease of use, really. Look at this fantastic grey. Look at it. Cherish it. Delightful, isn't it? God. My posture is genuinely horrific. Look at the little face. Oh, I don't think I've got any pink. That's quite sad. It's fine though. We're doing the underside currently. We're just doing a little painting of the underside of the cat. It does not require too much focus. That does mean that I can no longer put it down though. Unfortunate. There's grey on that finger. We shall risk it anyway. You shall notice that the cat is hollow. That is because it would not dry otherwise. It would have genuinely taken fucking millennia to dry if the inside was not hollow. Because then, like, the outside would have dried, but for, like, weeks after, the inside would have still been slightly squishy. I've spent too much time painting this week. I spent, like, 12 hours painting my older brother's Warhammer figures. To be fair, it was quite enjoyable. It was just so much time, and I only got 7 done. Not even all of them done. I got 3 finished. And there were 4 that... They were mostly finished, but not completely. You know? Ah, shit. Okay. I'm going... No, you know what? We'll just paint the inside. It's fine. We didn't drop him on Richarlison or from too high a height. It's okay. This is fine. Oh. I think that is going to be it for today. I have had a very delightful time. It has been a pleasure to be here with you. I have had a fantastic time of making Richarlison, of breaking my spine, of dropping the plushing. But yeah, thank you for being here for however long you've been here, whether you've been here for 5 minutes, 50 minutes, or 4 hours, 32 minutes. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. If you're new, maybe consider following. If you're not, thank you. But yeah, I do this Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. GMT. If I'm going to be late, I'll put it on the Discord, of which you can access either in my About section or by doing !Discord and chat, and it'll give you a link. But yeah, thank you for being here. If you've talked, if you haven't, if you've popped in and out, if you're not here anymore. I appreciate it all quite a lot, and I hope to see you on Thursday. I don't know what we'll be doing, but it sure will be something else. Bye bye. It sure will be something. It will probably not be the same thing. I was right. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye.